extravaganza make it sound so terribly boring and boring. Do you know, those are two words that have to be, you cannot.
Good morning, everybody. For the very last time in the 2023 even County Championship season from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. That is, of course, there's another week to go in the County Championship, but not here at Grace Road. It's the final day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. The match nicely poised. Yorkshire 113 for 1 in their second innings, are 35 ahead of the Foxes. May require the game to be set up. We shall see. I can tell you it's a lovely morning here in Leicester. Every prospect of a full day's play, and commentary will be brought to you as ever between these sides by Jonathan Doidge of BBC Radio Leeds and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. And Doidge may require a certain amount of, what should we say, I don't know, just relaxed thinking on the part of the captains a little bit, just to try and set things up, or will we see the ball fizz around and it'd be a case of wickets falling?
Well, who knows, I think is the answer to that, based on what we've seen, because there's been either wickets tumbling or it's got the appearance of a road. I think that's really rather more down to bowling not being as accurate as it might have been. That's just my opinion. I think it's great that we're on the last day of the penultimate game of the season, even though Yorkshire are bottom and Leicestershire are third, that we could have one of the best finishes of the season. So that's a great prospect when, you know, we kind of could have been sitting there going, there's nothing to play for. So really looking forward to the day. You know, beautiful sunny start. Yorkshire, I think, are just going to bat until lunch, see where they're at that point, and then we'll start to think about a contrived finish if that needs to be the case. Who knows? If Leicestershire bowl well, then they could be all out with what's gone on in the game in earlier parts of the match.
You never know. Chris Wright is going to open the bowling for the Foxes for Leicestershire from the Bennett end. And we don't have an electronic scoreboard for some reason so far this morning. We do, of course, have the reliable old manual on the Milligan Road side of the ground. Right, casting a dark shadow, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Ben Coad, who came in as night watchman last night, has a flat-footed drive at the delivery that beats the outside edge, or he misses it anyway, and it goes through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Adam Lyth, 51 not out. Coad picked up a single last night. I think he only faced a couple of deliveries, if that, before bad light saw the umpires call the players in. Wright is in, bowls to Coad, who defends on off stump, angled bat, drifts it down towards backward point, almost gully, deepish gully. Sam Evans fields, running away to his left even, live. Early days. Evans is looking forward to tomorrow, big time. He's a massive Leicester City fan. He's a Leicester boy, lives in the city. And Leicestershire are going to parade the One Day Cup around the stadium, Leicester City Stadium, at half-time in their game. In goes Wright, and bowls goes past the outside edge with a good delivery, a little bit too good for Coad, who played and missed on the back foot.
Good delivery, beating a number 3 with that so early on in the day.
Coad, of course, isn't fancy to come in as night watch? Is he a regular night watchman?
No,
really.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, if Yorkshire did use a night watchman to any extent in the past, it would have been Pato who was the man who generally would come in and frustrate the opposition if he could.
Coad trying to do exactly that, waits with bat raised as Wright is in, bowls 2 in and goes right to the outside edge with a ball that is far too good for him. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. Might just get another delivery in from Chris Wright.
Yep, I think Ben has done it before, but it tended to be more Pato.
Good morning, very good. Final day of the season here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and it's a lovely morning for it. What the outcome of the day is going to be, who can tell, because it's quite nicely balanced here. Yorkshire have just started play. They're 113 for 1 in their second innings. They haven't added to that score. We're only 5 balls into play. It means they lead by 35 with those 9 second innings wickets intact. potentially they will bat out the morning, see how far they're ahead at lunch, something like that, and then think about possibly trying to set up a game, or will Leicestershire get the ball to move around and manage to pick up some early wickets and put them under pressure? Play will sort of pan out throughout the morning as Ben Coad plays and misses at one from Chris Wright, and it's a maiden to start proceedings. Yorkshire in their second innings remain 113 for 1.
And you could see with that last delivery there, Richard, of the over from Chris Wright, it nips away from Ben Coad, and Ben's natural lack of foot movement coming into play because he swished and missed by a couple of inches.
I made it 5 out of 6 he played and missed that in that over.
So foot movement wouldn't be one of the features of Ben's game, but he's got a good eye, and you know, if he does get his hands through the ball, you might see it disappear for a little while. I have, as Yorkshire listeners will know, moaned and groaned about night watchmen over the last few seasons because in the main it's not a thing I like to see, but I could understand last night's, you know, and I've always said there are circumstances when, for me, it just felt like it was right at the back end of the day. We didn't know exactly how long there was going to be when Ben walked out there, but it just felt like there wasn't much play left, so just for a few deliveries to block it, you know, and save somebody like Shan Masood for a better day, if you like, better batting conditions as we have this morning, would seem to be a bit more prudent. It's going to be Tom Scriven to open from this pavilion end, and he's bowling first up to Adam Lyth, who shoulders arms and leaves one.
I make it Lyth needs another 52 runs for his 1,000.
He does. Is it 52?
I've got him on 9. He came in on 8-8-1. 16 in the first innings, 8-9-7, 51, 9-4-8, 52.
Okay.
I think, maybe wrong.
My
maths is not brilliant.
Check what the computer says now.
Computer says what does computer say?
Yes. We'll see what the computer says. Tom Scriven bowling to Lyth. No, not that I'm doubting your maths at all, but you know what I'm saying. It was only because I was eating with Graham Hardcastle, the Yorkshire website writer, last night, and I think he said 40 something. He thought.
Well, well, let me just check. Runs 8-8-1 Lyth coming into this game. 16 first innings, 8-9-7.
Computer says you're right. 9-4-8.
Yeah.
So 52.
So 52.
Yeah. Well done, you. Shame on you, Graham Hardcastle. Must be because he's Lancastrian. He can't defend himself at the moment. It's Scriven. And that is flicked off the legs by Adam Lyth, and could be 4. It might hold up in a bit of dew out there, and it has. They've got back for 2, so he'll need precisely 50 to become the first Yorkshire player to make it to 1,000 runs in the Championship in 2023. I have a lengthy email from Martin Bloomfield, which I will read, Martin, because you've taken the time to write it, and it is worthy of reading, I think. So I'll fit it in between deliveries that remain in this over. Scriven turns, comes into bowl to Lyth. It's wide of off stump and dies on its way through to Ben Cox. So Martin says, I contacted you yesterday regarding Finley Bean and a possible tour this winter. Many thanks for your measured response and sound observations, and also for sharing with us the fact that Finley has already made arrangements beyond a possible call-up. Yeah, I think that's the last thing he's expecting. Martin, given the limitation of character numbers in a tweet, or whatever it's supposed to be called these days, it's sometimes difficult to give context to its content. You're right. To be clear, my suggestion that Finley might be regarded as a long-term replacement for Ben Duckett was not based on his batting style, rather than a future time when this might happen. Scriven to Lyth, who drives up to mid-off. Lewis Hill fielding, no run. He goes on, whilst I appreciate that Ben's style is always likely to be more swashbuckling in his approach, I believe that the ECB have invested too much time in Zach Crawley to jettison him from his opening berth, and that therefore he and Ben are likely to be around for the next couple of years. This sits well with me, as they currently provide an entertaining start to an innings, and their partnerships so far have borne no little fruit. More in a moment, because Tom Scriven is turning at the end of his run. And coming into bowl to Lyth in the Uptonsteel County ground. Sunshine dot ball to finish with. He goes on, given that both Zach and Finley's range of strokes and reliability can only improve going forward, I believe that they could forge an equally effective pairing, with Zach being the aggressor and Finlay providing a more steady Eddie support role. In some ways, this might resemble Cook and Strauss, who it's fair to say did fairly well, albeit the new pairing scoring at a rate which the current coaching regime aspires to. I appreciate the message may be too long, blah blah blah, but wanted to set the record straight and show my appreciation for Doidge's deliberations. Thank you, Martin.
Can I put forward a name that affects that argument to me, and that's Alex Lees, who can't have done much more, it seems to me, over the last season to put himself in the frame in that respect. In goes Chris Wright and bowls, comes back into Coad, plays it nicely, gets up on his toes and just turns it around the corner towards square leg. Harry Swindles slides to his right to field and Coad picks up 1 in terms of the sort of solider opening role. But he's the golden boy, isn't he, Crawley? He can't be dropped. He's suddenly he's captain.
You know. Look, you wouldn't. I appreciate your mail, Martin. It's great points that you make, and I took that. Well, what you were saying in detail there, I pretty much took that yesterday from what you said anyway. But I was just saying, let's not get carried away and shove Finlay too far forward too soon. There's a long way to go yet, but what we see is a very promising young player who has had a really good season.
Wright is in to Lyth, who defends calmly on off stump. Then he angles his bat, pushes it out through the sort of vacant gully stroke backward point area. Third man, Scriven, has to come into field, and Lyth calmly picks up another single.
I would say, as I think I did yesterday, that Finlay himself, when I talked to him about 2 runs short of 900 and sort of a little dig in the ribs, we could have had a 900 for the season there. You'd left me too short, Beanie. And went through the Boycott, Hutton and Sutcliffe figures that were thrown around the other day. He said, but do you think second division makes a difference? And I said, well, do you? And you're the player facing the deliveries. And he said, well, yeah. So the next job is to prove it at a higher level.
Wright is in to Coad, who is pushing firmly at the off stump just outside delivery, gets a thick inside edge, and it trickles out towards Hill at mid-on.
Now, the possible positive or negative about that is, and this is just somebody who's both watched lots of cricket over the years, he's had a great season this year. This is the first time lots of bowlers have bowled at him. Next year, they'll be a bit more clued up as how to approach him and how they think they might get him out. He's playing another year of second division cricket. That might be a negative if they get the wood over him, or it could be a positive in that he could cement that.
Wright bowls outside off stump, short, flashed away, not by Ben Coad. Tried to, but again, minimal foot movement, and he looks a bit despondent there, Coad, and not getting anything on that. Rehearses a square cut through the offside, sort of shoulder high.
So he could kick on, couldn't he, at this level, and then if that happens next year, or he comes out with something similar anyway, and has another very good season, then if Yorkshire are good enough to get promotion and take him up to another division, he'll be presumably a large part of that anyway, and he gets his chance against better attacks.
Wright is in, Coad plays and misses outside off stump, slightly short of a length delivery. Another name I can sort of throw at you, sort of in those terms, different style bat, of course, is Hassan Azad, who made 1,200 runs in his first full season in the second division at the top of the order for Leicestershire. Struggled, in his second, been released. He's getting a chance at Northamptonshire now, and he's 1 or 2 scores suggest he might be beginning to find his way again, but you've got to do it for 2, maybe even 3 seasons in a row to really justify it. But I understand what Martin is saying. In goes Wright and bowls straight, but Coad is solidly behind that, pushing the delivery out towards mid-off. End of the over, 117 for 1, 4 runs added in the first 3 overs of the day.
So, we don't get perfect world scenarios because this is cricket, but if you had one and you were Finlay, I would think you'd go, well, listen, I'll try and round off the 1,000 this year for starters, because that's a real feather in the cap. Try and repeat that, and obviously try and better it next year. You hope that your team gets promotion, and you have another year in first division cricket where you're doing the same again. Then you're in that sort of territory where, if England by that point are looking for opening batters, you might. But I don't think now is the time. There's a way to go yet, and he's doing very nicely, thank you, with what he's been producing so far. Tom Scriven over the wicket, bowling to Adam Lyth, who has been doing very nicely, thank you, as well. 950 for the season. He just punches one into the offside fielded at cover, and there is no run. I got a little story for you as well at the top of the morning. I spoke to Mike Frayne, Will's dad, this morning. He relayed a tale to me. A cracker involving Sir A.N. Cook. Scriven turns at the end of his run and makes his way away from us at 117 for 1. Lyth drives firmly, but Lewis Hill watches it well and stops them scoring a run at mid-off. So, Sir Alistair Cook, as we know, from farming stock, sheep, and apparently one of Mike Frayne's friends up in Meltham in the Huddersfield area, a guy called Rob Thackeray, breeds sheepdogs. So was contacted by Sir Alistair Cook, who wanted to go and see one of the dogs, and decided on seeing this dog that he wanted to buy it. Scriven comes in, it's well wide of Lyth's off stump, but he doesn't entertain it. So he decides he wants to buy this dog and says, you know, I'll take it if I can. Gets his checkbook out to sign a check, and Rob says, you'll take it when your check's cleared. So Alistair said, do you know who I am?
I think I'm good for this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm all right for this sort of thing. I'm, you know, former England cricket captain, and he says, I'm Sir Alistair Cook, and he says, I don't care who you are. You could be Captain Cook for all I know. I don't know anything about cricket. It's wide of off stump and driven by Adam Lyth, just backward of point. There's a man out there sweeping, Sam Evans, and they get a single. 55 to Lyth, 118 for 1.
Aerial.
So he wouldn't let him take the dog until his check had cleared. So obviously, you know, the area of the part of the world that Sir A.N. Cook lives, and off they went back, waiting for the check to clear. Presumably then there's contact made, your check's cleared, you can come and pick up your dog. And so apparently the exchange of sheepdog took place at Woolly Services on the M1 just south of Wakefield there, when Mrs. Cook said, you know what, that's the best thing that could have ever happened to him.
Keep his feet on the ground.
Yeah. Is Scriven down the leg side of Ben Coad, and Ben Cox does well to get across in his white floppy and field, but that was a cracking story.
Yeah, I'm imagining that a pedigree sheepdog, quite valuable, quite a big check, I would imagine. Don't know quite how much, but presume it's.
I thought so. He must be
well into the three.
Must be breeding some good ones if he's attracting the calibre of Captain Cook north to sail up north and make a purchase. Maybe it's just the Yorkshire scenery that drew him in. In comes Scriven, and Ben Coad just has to watch that carefully and drops down on it, kept a bit low on him. He's turned it into the leg side for 1 to complete that over at 119 for 1. He's on 3, Lyth 55. 92 overs remaining in the match as a maximum.
I'm slightly discouraged by the lack of obvious sort of seam movement out there this morning, yesterday afternoon as well. The ball is only 26 overs old, so it should be pretty much at its best, really, or close to it. Certainly should still be plenty of movement, if there's any to be had, you would have thought, and it isn't really moving too much, and so that rather mitigates against the sort of setting up of a really exciting game. In goes right and bowled in. Coad didn't really move his feet. He hasn't much moved his feet throughout his innings. It didn't look to get up too much, and he prodded at it as it came back and removed his off stump. Despondent Ben Coad as he leaves the pitch, but as I say, and as you've pointed out, dodgy foot movement, not his forte when batting, and he goes bowled for 3. Job done though. He was there overnight. 119 for 2.
Yeah, just looking at it again. Leg stump as well.
Oh, was it leg stump?
Yeah.
Was it not?
Yeah, leg stump.
That must have come
goes
back. Then
carefully.
maybe it's starting to. Maybe a little bit of the roller effect is starting to come off now.
Well, that'll teach him to put his hand up to go into the dizzy heights of number 3. Well, the ball is what 20 odd overs old. Clearly doing a little bit, if that's anything to go by. And so Shan Masood, who should have been in at number 3, is now going in at number 4. But the night watchman's job was done. He prevented his premier batter from having to go in last night in more difficult, apparently more difficult conditions.
So the lead is, we had 6 to 35, and you get 41.
Interesting as well, by the way, that the over rate's -1.
They'll be fine.
They'll be fine.
A couple of, yeah, they'll, if they have to. It was -5 a couple of games ago, and they against Gloucestershire on the final morning, and they bowled sort of 10 lightning overs of spin, and you know what scorers can manage these days, and they managed it, and it suddenly was down to -1 or level. -1 they can always do something with. Not
you just wouldn't want to work hard to get your win, and then suddenly you end up losing out on promotion by a point or something.
No, indeed, but I'm sure they'd do it. So Wright is going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Shan Masood. 3 slips go down as Wright pounds in and bowls. Masood is hit on the back pad as it comes back in towards him, very high, so no shouting for leg before, but just a general excitement that the delivery just beat the bat, rose on him a little bit. He wanders down, prods firmly at the wicket. A little bit there for Wright. Let's have a look at that code dismissal again. No, off stump. I thought it was off stump.
Was it?
It just
like
swung a little bit. In goes Wright, bowls again, back foot defensive shot from Masood.
It's not easy with the angle of your laptop from here. That I can only see part of the player's whites, for example. So it looked as though it jagged back and taken left.
Is that because of the light?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It just actually swung a little bit. It was a nice delivery actually. It was a tough one for him to play. That certainly would have removed my off stump, I suspect.
That's why you don't bat number 3 for Yorkshire.
Indeed. There it goes. In goes Wright and bowls to Masood, who turns him nicely off his legs. Nice piece of timing as well. Didn't overhit it. 2 fielders converge on the ball. Who puts in the slide, and it goes for 4. Between the two of them, they both got a hand to it one way or another. I think it was Evans running back who put in the slide. No, it's Umar Amin who put in the slide. He got his hand to it, sort of half stopped it, and running around from backward square or long leg, Evans sort of tried to follow up. They both ended up on the ground, and the ball ended up against the rope. So in a way, perfect placement and timing from Shan Masood. Both the fielders pick themselves up, dust themselves off.
And start all over again.
Indeed. Right. Has to dry the ball a little bit. A lot of dew around this morning. As Wright is in, bowls Masood, slightly playing with a closed bat face across the line, pushes the delivery off middle out towards mid on, where Hill is the fielder. Had a chat to Harry Swindles yesterday. He said we're okay if we can get Masood early, and Lyth obviously. He said feel we can sort of get amongst them a little bit, put them under a little bit of pressure. Who knows? Say that they'd try and chase down sort of 280 and 40 or something like that. If it push came to shove, Wright bowls and pushed by Masood again with that closed bat face out towards mid on. This time the other side of Hill, who has to jog to his left to field. And there's a comfortable single for Shan Masood. Callum Parkinson on his last day as a Leicestershire player at the Uptonsteel County Ground, doing his duty to the very last, jogs out with a helmet for Ben Cox. And he's got his thick black Leicestershire anorak on. It's chilly for Parker out there. If he thinks it's chilly here, he's going to be playing up in Durham for the next 3 years. But he's a Lancastrian.
20's
so.
Plenty. The Roker Riviera. So it's going to be Tom Scriven to continue. 2 slips and a gully. Ring field otherwise with a long leg. And And it's Tom running out of a smattering of condensation just in front of my eye line on the window here. Just Shan Masood doing a bit of gardening. Quite a lot of gardening, actually. Mark taken, guard taken, I should say, and he's in. Straight blade from Masood, just pushing back down the pitch, and there is no run.
We've been asked to point out that the BBC's annual County Championship Team of the Season selector is now live on the BBC Sport website. So the final 11 will be published next Friday before the final day of the season gets underway. So next Friday morning, but by all means go on there and vote for. Would you aim for the Yorkshire side, Lyth, possibly up there?
Here is Scriven. That's flicked into the leg side by Masood.
B,
no run.
maybe.
Oh, well, yeah, Lyth would have to be, considered as clearly therefore would Bean. Both similar in terms of their records for the season.
Suspectedly mostly first division players, you would think.
If you're picking a Div 2 side, even though they're bottom of the table, then you certainly could give Lyth and Bean plenty of consideration as your opening pair. That's wide of off stump and a flash at that by Shan Masood, and there's no run for it. That'll draw me
Lees would
back.
get in there, wouldn't he? You would think at the top of the order.
Yeah, but
1250 odd runs.
Yeah, but if you're looking at a pair that bat well together, the opening pair, it's a bit like when you're picking your international side. Do you pick two players who really do the business together well at club level?
Did Rishi Patel would be up there as a candidate at the top of the order for a second division side. He's gone past 1,000 for the season. Did Lyth and Lees, must have formed a partnership for a while, I would imagine.
They did. I'll give you some stats in a mo, because this one is leg stumpish and clipped away for an easy looking 4 by Shan Masood. I received an email, as I have done a couple of times in recent days, from Paul Dyson about this, with some stats on. I'm trying to find it. I did post something, part of it on Twitter, referencing Paul last night. I'll try and find it on the phone. It's not going to find it anywhere on the other electronic equipment.
Bit more news while you're doing that. There is going to be a female umpire in the County Championship for the very first time next week. Sue Redfern is going to umpire the game between Glamorgan and Derbyshire in Cardiff.
Well done, Sue. I was talking to her up at Scarborough a few weeks ago when she did on the one day. The one day again was abandoned actually against Lancashire without a ball being bowled. Masood drives this latest delivery, and Lewis Hill with a tumbling stop keeps them to 1. So Paul said the century stand between Lyth and Finley Bean in this innings was their 4th for the first wicket this season, as we said yesterday. This total exceeds that for the previous 6 seasons added together for Yorkshire. So there were 2 century partnerships in 2017, 1 in 2019, and none in any of the other of the previous 6 seasons. That's how difficult it's been to nail an opening partnership, really, since Alex Lees went. As Adam Lyth drags one straight into the follow-through of Scriven to complete that over at 129 for 2. It goes on. Other recent examples of 4 first-wicket century partnerships in a season by a single pair of Yorkshire batters: 2005, Matthew Wood and Joe Sayers; 2009, Jacques Rudolph and Joe Sayers; 2010, Adam Lyth and Joe Sayers; and then 2014 and 2016, both Adam Lyth and Alex Lees put on 4 century partnerships in those 2 seasons together. 4 in a season is the highest number for Yorkshire since Martin Moxon and Ashley Metcalfe had 6 in a season in both 1988 and 1990. Therefore, it's 33 years since any pair had more first wicket century stands in a season than Lyth and Bean. Lyth has now taken part in 23 first wicket century stands with 6 different partners, which places him 11th on Yorkshire's all-time list. Thanks, Paul, for all of that.
Chris Wright round the wicket to Shan Masood, who's pushing it firmly back down the pitch on the onside. It's in the air for a good 8-10 feet perhaps. Popped up a little bit. He was getting on the front foot. May not have been the right length to get on the front foot against, and as I say, popped it up in the air for a good few feet. It was well short, well short of Hill, but even so, slightly false shot from Masood, who is on 10. 2-9 for 2 remains the score. Right, 45 wickets now this season. Comes in bowls to Masood, just outside off stump. Again, slightly short of a perfect length, you would have thought, but Masood looking to get forward, tries to steer it out into the offside, doesn't time it. Pushes it out towards Evans at extra cover. No run, bit of cloud beginning to build up where the weather has come from in this game, and tends to come from at this ground over the electronic scoreboard, this sort of southwest. No forecast of rain, but it's forecast to fill in a bit. In goes right and bowls. Masood is forward again. You heard the shout of no as he saw it running quickly out towards Lewis Hill at mid-on. Swindle said the ball did get fairly wet yesterday and softened up quite quickly, so that might have something to do with the movement or lack thereof, rather than the pitch. We did get a sort of heavier shower for a while yesterday, and although they put the rope around the outfield a number of times, and when Leicestershire went out to bowl again, the ball did get wet and softer as a consequence. Right, charges in. Bowls. Masood drives and misses. Cox as well, that he did miss because Cox actually fumbled the catch.
That's a good delivery.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Great length, drew him into playing the drive and then nipped away slightly.
And he's building up a decent head of steam here, Chris Wright, coming down the slope. He does get it up through in the sort of early 80s usually. Not bad for a 38-year-old.
Oh, to be 38 again.
Can't remember that far back. Right. Is in and bowls. Masood just checks the drive. It was a little bit straighter than perhaps thought it was going to be initially. Plays it very solidly out to mid-off.
Still in black and white for you, though, wasn't it? 38.
Feels that way, looking back.
BBC test
Mists
card.
of time.
You remember the BBC test card?
Jim Laker. Test start. Remember, they used to start at 11:30.
No, I was meaning the test card that they used to put on when there was
Yeah,
no film telly.
with the
Yeah.
clown and the girl and the chalk and the blackboard and all that. Yes. In goes right and bowls straight again. Masood pushes it out towards mid-on. He's interested in a run. Lyth sends him back, turning to make sure he's in his ground, and Masood does turn 180 degrees and makes sure he gets back into his crease. He remains on 10, 1-2-9 for 2. Good over from Chris Wright. Top of the hour. How are you for updates? Are you?
Not till lunch. Yeah, and back in there, can you remember that? Can you imagine back in the day? Right, Mum, I'm getting up early in the morning to watch breakfast. I'm getting up early in the morning to watch test card, or to watch for schools and colleges. You remember that? That used to be one of the first things on a morning, didn't it? For schools and colleges.
Yeah, yep.
And obviously, Open University as well. Yes, E equals MC squared. So 129 to Scriven bowling here to Lyth. Cox standing up. And Lyth turning the first one into the leg side, which we've been talking about. A couple of batters for Yorkshire. 3 others that feature fairly high up on the list in the second team averages. Of course, second 11 matches going to an end this week. Will Luxton, who scored 681 runs at 56.75 to finish well up the table. Will Frayne, who scored 639 at 58.09. Lyth pushes that one straight back past Scriven. Lewis Hill round to field and they stroll through for 1. And Yash Fagadia has 612 runs at 38.25. He had 4 half centuries to his name Will Frayne 5 and a ton, and Will Luxton 450s and 2 tons this season. Sounds like an update for Richard.
Scriven is going to go around the wicket to Masood as the sun goes behind cloud. He holds up his right hand to ask the eager Scriven just to wait a moment. Runs in and bowls. Edged, caught! Masood goes, caught at second slip. Nice catch by Kimber. And perfect timing for the update. And just as you come to me, a good moment for Leicestershire. They dismiss the Yorkshire skipper Shan Masood, who scored a double hundred on this ground, albeit for Derbyshire a couple of years ago. So big breakthrough for the Foxes, their second of the day. They've already dismissed the night watchman Ben Coad, who was bowled by Chris Wright for 3. Masood was really nicely caught by Louis Kimber at second slip, two-handed to his left off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 10. 130 for 3 then now Yorkshire. That means their lead is 52. Effectively, they're 52 for 3. And if the Foxes can pick up another couple of wickets, particularly that of Adam Lyth, who's 56 not out, they'll fancy their chances of going on to enforce victory in the game, and who knows, keep their promotion chances alive into the final match against Durham next week. Yorkshire now 130 for 3. Back with you online, yeah, just a bit of extra maybe bounce. It was a slightly loose shot from Masood. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball, was he? No. A neat catch by Kimber because it was travelling. He got big thick edge to it.
Yep, so the game moves on. See where we get. Yorkshire, I think, as I said at the top, just wanted to bat for the morning and see how the game was poised at that stage, and if there needed to be any chat about working out a finish. It may just come to a natural conclusion, as we know. Leicestershire might bowl Yorkshire out and knock them off. Leicestershire might bowl Yorkshire out and then be bowled out themselves. Who knows?
All results still possible, as they say. So Scriven, 2 wickets now in this innings, 2 for 44 to go with his 2 in the first innings.
Comes into bowl to Wharton with 3 slips waiting for an opportunity, but not with this delivery, which is just wide of off stump. Nicely taken by Ben Cox. Just a bit of kick off the pitch this time. James Wharton, well, he'll want to atone for what was an error of judgment. All batters make them at some stage, and usually in most of their innings. And it cost him his wicket in the first innings with a delivery that he left and bowled him middle stump. Right-handed, of course, so right-hand, left-hand combi once again for Yorkshire in this second innings. And he gets the ball that's straight, flicks it to leg.
I like Cox standing up to Scriven. It just feels a more threatening combination. 34 wickets for Tom Scriven now in the Championship this season. He's playing the sort of role, or aspires to play the sort of role, that Neil Dexter played for a couple of seasons when he came from Middlesex, a really sort of useful all-rounders role. Mulder, ditto really. They're invaluable, aren't they? A good all-rounder in a Championship side.
A good one, certainly. Scriven in. Ooh, a bit of wobble about that as it approaches James Wharton, but he's able to get across and cover it this time through to Ben Cox. So good over by Scriven. 30 complete now in this Yorkshire second innings. They're 130 for 3, having lost Ben Coad at the night watchman, and then the man who he protected, Shan Masood, for 10 since play began at 10:30 this morning. Adam Lyth creeping towards 1,000 runs for the campaign. He's on 56. Get in touch, of course, on @JonathanDoige or @FoxesCrick2023 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com.
In goes right, bowls. Lyth is forward, carefully looks at the bottom of his bat as the drive, and he says, yeah, cracked it, need a new bat please. There goes another, well, not for him, 350 quid or whatever these bats are worth these days, but that will go into the, well, I wonder what they do with bats like. Do they put a bit of tape around and just use it in the nets perhaps, or give it away, charity, something like that?
Maybe the latter.
Immediate change required anyway. It has cracked.
During which time I can give you a tweet from Bent Nielsen who says, good morning. Alas, I don't watch the live stream today. We're watching the Solheim Cup go, Yorkshire and Europe. As for how the Solheim Cup has been going so far, I'll need a bigger couch to hide behind. Lily, good morning to you. Said it's going to be a good day's cricket. And she was hoping that Adam Lyth and Shan Masood could build a big partnership, and dare she say it, that Adam Lyth gets to 1,000 for the season.
A cool autumnal morning now as the sun has gone behind cloud. Right is in to Lyth, who leaves in that rather elegant way he has. It's a sort of, well, many batsmen do it, they sort of lift the bat over the line of the ball in a parabola, but Lyth does it in a sort of quite a rather graceful way. He stays down the pitch. He's not happy about those gentlemen climbing the onto the television gantry behind Chris Wright. They are setting stuff up for a Legends tournament that starts here at Grace Road tomorrow, I believe, but at the moment they are distracting Adam Lyth, so someone is going to have to, from the club, go up there and tell them to stop, if that's all right. Three gentlemen all dressed in black. They are now standing still. Well, they're still moving around. In goes Wright, bowls to Lyth, who defends on the back foot but angles the ball down through backward point. There is no backward point because backward point is on the boundary, and he jogs a comfortable single. He's been circumspect this morning. I think he fancies 100 here.
Maybe the case, yeah. We did have a meeting of minds in the very box next door that I use for my updates earlier on in the morning. And some fluorescent yellow jackets. They all look very important. Maybe a stewards meeting. Reviewing the morning. Yeah, well, I let three blokes in that gate, but one of them didn't have a pass, so I turned him round and told him to go park on Milligan Road. That's if he was a Yorkshire steward, obviously. He's a Leicestershire steward, so it wouldn't have sounded like that. Unless, like you, he was an exiled Yorkshire. I'll shut up.
In goes Wright, bowls, looking perhaps for the Yorker. Wasn't quite Yorker length, and Wharton able to dig it out, play it not particularly firmly out to mid-off.
I've got to say, the chaps on the gate, when you come in here in the car, are always pleasant. Although one of them did yesterday said, "And you are?" And I said, "Correct, I am."
Well, it sounds quite philosophical, doesn't it? You are, indeed I am. Wright is in. Wharton defends as the ball comes back into him on the back foot. Pushes the ball out towards mid-on. Hill picks up. Been good from Wright this morning. 11.5 overs, 1 for 32 for him, but Leicestershire sort of, they haven't bowled as many loose balls, arguably, as they did yesterday when Lyth and Bean put together that century stand. Is that yours or mine? Pinging away, not quite sure. In goes Wright, bowls. Controlled edge, I think. Controlled guide almost from Wharton. Gets it through around about fourth slip down to third man. No great pace on the ball though, so Evans running back from backward point is able to chase it down before it crosses the ropes, even though it's going down the slope. But Wharton picks up two. The 2 runs that take him off the mark. He rehearses a firmer cut, but reckoned it was far too early in his innings to try that. Content with the 2. 133 for 3. The lead now 55.
Yeah, Scriven going to continue. .33.43, and they're just creeping away, but certainly nothing that would threaten Leicestershire at the moment. So need to find some more runs to make a real match of this. Lyth, watchful, pushes it straight towards Chris Wright at mid-on, no run. Speaking of stuff like stewards, things that you get when you're on trips, you know, Rich, you've been on more than I have doing this job. Just people being nice makes it a whole different sort of feel, doesn't it?
Doesn't it ever?
For your 3 or 4 days, however long it is that you spend it in away ground, as Lyth turns that one straight on the leg side. Chris Wright again doing the fielding. You know, there's certain places I'm sure you can name off the top of your head where you probably don't care for going as much as others. You know, I'd always nominate. I love going to Durham because the people there are just great. They're just kind of normal, if you know what I'm saying.
Can't think of anywhere that's not welcoming, though.
It depends on what particularly when you get to T20 time.
Okay.
It just gets worse, doesn't it? Scriven in and turn into the leg side by Lyth. Mid wicket fields, no run. Yeah, there are a few places during T20s where, because there are more people, they seem to
maybe
be
not regular stewards as well.
Maybe, yeah. Championship's okay, fine, yeah. Championships, generally speaking, absolutely fine. I mean, they might as well put a sign over the door at some places. If you fancy coming in, you're welcome, sort of thing, and just drive in. As Scriven turns and makes his way in, and Lyth solidly behind that pushes back down the pitch, and I think it is the stumps. Yeah, it does. James Wharton just picking the bails up. And the hotel. Oh dear, the hotel this week. Shocker.
Yeah, you've had not the most enjoyable stay, from what I understand.
I stood waiting for some eggs to be replaced. You know when it says unlimited eggs at certain chain establishments with your breakfast. Scriven in, and Lyth pulls that one to the onside of straight, trying to drive it wide of mid-off, really. Clothed it a bit, no run. The unlimited eggs, it's even on top, you know, the sort of typical hot plate thing. Unlimited eggs, so of course, yeah, all right, fair enough.
Are we talking those scrambled things?
Yeah, well, scrambled or fried. They run out now and again. Yeah, of course, we all get that that's, you know, going to happen sometimes, isn't it? But they run out, as in run out of eggs, and they've still got this sign up saying unlimited eggs. So one bloke got his money back this morning for his breakfast because he said he wanted eggs and nothing else. And Scriven is in, that's a ball short of length, and Adam Lyth eases it out backward of point to the sweeper for a single, which completes that over at 134 for 3. 32 now gone today. Lyth 58, Wharton 2. And you know, just sort of, you know, you don't expect a chain place to be palatial or, you know, whatever, but you just expect some minimum standards, don't you?
Yeah, I think it was I heard a radio program the other day about basically which concluded never ever eat chain hotel scrambled eggs for breakfast because what they're constituted is not a fresh eggs isn't usually an ingredient. Put it that way. Okay. Chris Wright round the wicket to Adam Lyth. Oh, bowls and goes past, I think, almost the inside edge. It didn't seem to do to May just come back in a bit, stayed a touch low, and Lyth unconvincing. He's looked very, very solid this morning, Adam Lyth. He didn't there, and he wanders down and prods suspiciously at the pitch. That could easily have taken an inside edge, gone on to the off stump, or even clipped the off stump. Did neither. Lyth survives, but it's been a tough first 45 minutes for Lyth in Yorkshire. Right is in, bowls, a little bit shorter this time. Lyth more comfortable on the back foot, defends, then rehearses a pull. Pull that he didn't play, rehearses it again. 1-3-4 for 3 means the lead is 56, effectively 56 for 3. It is still a slightly dangerous position if Leicestershire were able to pick up another wicket or two in the next half an hour. Sort of 70 for 5, something like that. Is, as I say, a position of some jeopardy. So work to do for Lyth and Wharton. Right is in, bowls to Adam Lyth, leans forward, defends with an angled bat. Falling to his left is Scott. He emphasises Scott Curry, not Tom or
John.
or Brad, his brother. Still plays for Hampshire, of course. Or John. We went through a few of them yesterday, didn't we? Before I eventually stumbled on the right one.
He was skating on thin ice for a while.
Right. In. Bowls outside off stump, just outside off stump, slightly short of a good length, a little bit of shape to it. Lyth on the back foot, looking to guide it away. Again, doesn't time it. And Curry, who's in the gully at the moment, fields. Cox is pointing to what? Patel 2. Gentleman in a quite a bright red anorak. I don't think he's putting Lyth off. Lyth doesn't seem to be too concerned at the moment. As right turns. Comes down the slope. Bowls. Lyth plays and misses a little bit airily. He's a little bit unsettled in this over, and he walks away. He's really cross with himself, and he dances down towards short leg, kicks up his heels, pads to the ground, swishes at the air, says concentrate, concentrate, come on, don't play loosely like that. That was loose. And he kicks, and he goes back to the mark and kicks a bit of dust away and gives himself a bit of a talking to. Right. The finish is over. Is in and bowls. Lyth leaves. Almost the same delivery, really. Outside off stump. A little bit of shape to it. A lot of club batsmen would have played at that. Lyth didn't. Good stuff from Wright this morning. 1 for 34 from 13 now, and he's having a long chat with his skipper, Lewis Hill. As Scriven hands his sweater and cap to umpire Pratt. 134 for 3 remains the score. 13 overs, as I say, for Wright, but 5 of them now maidens, including 3, I think, this morning.
Yep, going well. He's got control of what he's delivering, I think that's fair to say. He's asked a few questions, and he's not making it easy for Yorkshire to pile on the runs here. Scriven bowling here to Wharton, who gets a straight delivery and turns it in front of square on the leg side. Will Davies doing the fielding at mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, obviously clear preference for Leicestershire is to bowl Yorkshire out here and just do it themselves. They don't want to get to the situation where they're having to ask for a game to be set up. And Yorkshire, of course, I mean, they can take as much time as they like, really, and just pick up what runs they can. And then it may be that Leicestershire kind of give up on the trying to bowl them out aspects if they can put a really sizable partnership on and then start throwing up a few buffet balls, and that changes the dynamic, doesn't it? But at this moment in time, Leicestershire pressing, as Tom Scriven was with that delivery, which James Wharton had to play out into the offside. Richard suggested, I think you were at the top of the day, that we might get an odd shower this afternoon. I noticed on the breakfast weather, which is what I always watch on the morning, that the wind direction's changed, hasn't it? It's been coming up from the southwest and west all the match, but it looks like it's going down from the northwest today as the general wind direction across the country. Here is Scriven, and that's punched back down the pitch by Wharton. There's no run.
It has dropped, hasn't it, the wind? It's
yeah. So
the flags are pretty limp.
Which suggests again, of course, that it'll hang around longer if and when it does arrive. But with showers, as we found yesterday, you can get lucky, can't you? Or you can can just be unlucky.
I think we were fairly lucky yesterday to get as much cricket as we did, one way or another.
Here is Scriven once again. Ball round about fourth stump, and Wharton punches firmly into the offside. He's 2 from 10 now. James Wharton came in the third ball of the 29th over. So still very much feeling his way in. 4 overs or so out there in the middle. And if you're joining us more recently, 2 wickets that have fallen today. Ben Coad, the night watchman, was bowled. His off-stump poleaxed by Chris Wright for 3, 16 deliveries, and then the man he protected overnight, Shan Masood, he came and went within 17 minutes, and 3 overs and 1 ball for 10 off 17 himself. Scriven just some vacuous periods and some periods of plenty if you're a bowler.
Nope.
Scriven kicked up a bit of something off his boot just before delivering.
I thought
that.
he'd dropped the ball.
Yeah, Wharton
was a big
solidly
bit,
defending. End of the over. 34 now gone, so we've seen 12 so far this morning. And the Yorkshire lead, well, it's just been creeping, hasn't it? That's no more than that, 35 overnight. And I reckon it's now 56.
Correct.
So 21 runs added in 12 overs for the loss of 2 wickets.
It's been good, honest cricket, really, this morning. Batsmen having to really work hard for their runs. Lyth has gone from 51 to 58. Waits with bat raised as Wright comes in, goes past the outside edge with a beauty, absolute beauty. And Lyth doesn't need to berate himself too much about that. He doesn't. Philosophical enough now, experienced enough to know that occasionally you get one that it's not your fault if you get beaten, it's just too good. And that was a bit too good.
The other thing to say, Richard, it feels cooler today. I did do a few laps again before and I was still quite warm, but it does feel cooler, so that moisture coming out of the ground should take longer.
Right, in again to Lyth, thick inside edge as that one comes back in to him. He gets it behind square on the onside. Runs down towards Evans, who's on the boundary down there. Sort of wide, long leg, deep backward square. Lyth, I suspect probably, slightly to his relief, takes 1. He's had a tough examination there from Chris Wright. 59 he moves on to, 135 for 3. 57 the lead.
Still to come for Yorkshire, George Hill next, Johnny Tattersall, Matthew Revis, Ben Mike, Jordan Thompson and Ben Cliff.
Wright is in, bowls outside off stump, goes on and it's too wide. Wharton has nothing to do with it, so plenty of batting to come for Yorkshire. But yeah, they will not want to, obviously they won't want to lose this game, but having lost to Leicestershire at home in the first game, they will be slightly wary about setting up a potential chase, you would have thought. No onus on them to do so either. In goes Wright and bowls. That one comes back in, but well played by James Wharton. Defends it out, off stump. Slightly angled bat. Evans fields. He's back up at a single saving backward point now, off the boundary. It is cold. My toes are cold, which was always an indicator that the temperature has dropped markedly. Might have to switch the heater on in the box. Last day of the county championship season here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Goes quickly, doesn't seem to at the time, but suddenly you look up and it's the last your last day at home. Deep backward square has been posted, or deep square as Wright goes in, bowls a length delivery at Wharton on the back foot, slightly short of a good length then. Plays firmly out into the offside. Umar Amin is the fielder.
It's always a mixture of sort of disappointment and at the same time relief when the last day is done, isn't it? A lot of trekking around the country done during the season, but then we love cricket.
Right. Last ball of the over is in. Bowls on off stump. Wharton solidly forward, back past right, who tries to flick it onto the stumps. As ever, fails to do so, and it is fielded at mid-off, running across. And there is no run. 135 for 3 remains the score. Will you not be sort of on the road a little bit over the winter to various racecourses?
I tend not to work at racecourses these days. Just like most of our trade, it's a dying trade. Is press being at venues anymore? So the racing press room has diminished vastly since I first started to work in it. I'll get to the races a few times. I hope to do, but yeah, my work for a well-known bookmaker is studio-based, linking with people out there in the sticks and taking the commentaries from the races direct from the racecourses, sort of thing. So here is Scriven continuing round the wicket here to Lyth, who's going to get himself a single by dropping one out backward of points. He's on to 60, 136 for 3, having to be watchful today. But we know he's also mindful of the fact that he's closing in on 1,000 for the season. So yeah, there's that side of things. We've got some commentaries coming up in the Cricket World Cup, but again, that's studio based off the tube. Next month there'll be a few early starts because of course it's in India. So that starts off not too bad. I think it's 9:30 and 6 o'clock, and then goes 8:30 and 5 o'clock when our clocks go back. In comes Scriven. That's nicely flicked off his legs by James Wharton. He thinks he's got himself a boundary here. It's slowing up, but he's just going to make it. Is that Sam Evans out there? The poor lad, he's had 2 or 3 of those chases in the last 24 hours. And he's just been teased and tantalized. If he was the sort of height of Josh Hull, he'd have probably fielded that, but he's a bit shorter. So 4 to Wharton takes him to 6, 140 for 3.
He's got his steps in. Sam Evans.
It's gone quick this morning. That's your 3rd update.
It is update time, as Jonathan says. Playing a miss there from James Wharton at Scriven. Hello. Well, the game is nicely balanced at the moment. Leicester have bowled really well this morning. They've picked up a couple of wickets. Ben Coad, the night watchman, bowled by Chris Wright for 3, and Shan Masood very nicely caught by Louis Kimber at second slip off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 10. 140 for 3 is the Yorkshire score. That means that they actually lead by 62 with 7 second innings wickets in hand. Both Tom Scriven and Chris Wright have bowled, as I say, really nicely. And the Foxes looking, if they can pick up maybe another 2 wickets before lunch, ideally 3, they'll feel they've still got a good chance of enforcing victory and going into the last match of the season against Durham with a chance of promotion. Plenty to do though. The pitch isn't doing quite as much as it's done on the first 3 days of the game, and Adam Lyth is batting very well. He's 60 not out. Yorkshire in their second innings then 140 for 3.
Scriven leaves us behind, coming in to bowl to Wharton once again, and he's got an edge on this, but it's dropped short of second slip, who does well to field it without getting a bruised shin. The first sign, James Wharton might be finding it tricky. He really did seem to find it tricky, didn't he, in the first innings, by comparison to the front 2 who'd batted, or front 3, Shan Masood as well. He really did look to struggle to size things up out there, and of course, as I say, eventually that led to that misjudgment that cost him his wicket, and he's not finding it easy here again either. 6 off 20, but you wouldn't expect so, would you? It's still a green looking pitch. We've got cloud cover. As I say, moisture coming out of the pitch won't be speedy today, with it being cooler, as Wharton punches the last ball of the Scriven over into the offside, and there is no run. So 140 for 3 after 37. So we've seen 15 overs this morning, unbroken from either end, these two. The change in tempo may come when they have to change the bowlers, because they might be tiring a bit, because Scott Curry, of course, got 16 off his 3 overs yesterday, Will Davies 21 off his 4 overs. And here we go, Will Davies is the first change of the day, so we'll see if that brings a change in tempo out there. But Adam Lyth is being unusually watchful, and you know, he's such a fluent player that you can only imagine it must be pretty tough out there if he is having to watch things as he appears to have done. He's been out there for the first hour now. He's gone from 51 to 60 in an hour. Now, there won't have been many times, if you take single hours out of Adam Lyth's batting career and all those runs he's scored, where he'll only have scored 9 in an hour. So it can't be the easiest.
No.
And also the match situation, you know, probably demands it.
It does. Will Davies takes over from Chris Wright, bowls round the wicket, bowls very straight to Lyth. That's gone. Yep. First delivery from Davies. Lyth, who does step across, but usually to great effect, just slightly fell over himself there, trying to work it away into the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. May have stayed a fraction low. I'll have a look at the replay, but either way, Adam Lyth, after working so hard to get 260, has been dismissed. And Will Davies arguably benefits from the excellent spells from Wright and Scriven, but that's how attacks work, I guess. Lyth goes, leg before wicket for 60.
Yeah, I think you probably nailed it just on seeing it once and from behind Adam Lyth, but it just feels like he did step across to give himself some room. But it just felt like the thing that caught him out, not so much the line, but more the fact that it just died slightly on pitching, and so having got there, he didn't manage to get the bat down on it. So if he is going to get 1,000 this season, he's going to have to wait for the final match, just like Finlay Bean against Worcestershire at Headingley next week. He grafted there today, didn't he?
He did. He had to. Just put those opening spells. He'll give you those opening spells. Chris Wright, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. Tom Scriven, 7 if Scriven has come to the end of his spell, that is. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. So 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 27 from the opening bowlers. And that gives the captain control of the scoreboard. And Davies has nipped in and nicked a wicket with his very first delivery.
So 10 fours in that Adam Lyth 60, which came in 98 balls. But well done to Will Davies. I was saying the change in tempo may come because runs had come off the first and second change bowlers yesterday. They may still come, but that was a good start from him, wasn't it?
It was.
Now an all right-hand combi with George Hill out there to join James Watt.
Davies back over the wicket, of course, comes in, bowls to Hill, who punches away the delivery outside off stump from short, 0.5 overs. If he can somehow replicate that in terms of the wickets taken, Leicestershire really will feel they've got a chance. Davies is in to Hill, a bit straighter. Again, it's slightly short of a length. And Hill stays on the back foot, plays it firmly out into the offside this time. Umar can make the stop comfortably enough.
Yeah, it wasn't, having got the wicket first up, wasn't a great delivery, was it, to George first ball, but he dealt with it really well. Nice punch off the back foot.
Davies is in and bowls. He does come back in again, and Hill, it is short of a length though. Not quite got the length right to Hill. He stays on the back foot, inside edgy as he blocks it out into the onside, but say just arguably all 3 deliveries too short to Hill so far. 144 for 4. The lead now just 66. It's effectively 66 for 4 Yorkshire. As I say, a position of some jeopardy. Third slip has gone to fourth slip as Davies is in, bowls. That's a better length, brings Hill forward, plays it solidly for defensive as it just shapes back in a touch, but he's right behind it. Out into the onside it goes.
Ref Ian, good morning to you. He says, whilst I don't think Ben Mike brings much to the first 11, why has he been picked and then overlooked as a bowler, which he predominantly is?
It seems a legitimate question. Masood just didn't want to know, did he, really? Didn't throw him the ball once. as Davis is in. That's a better length, but it's the wrong line. It's onto middle and leg, and it's nicely played away through wide-ish mid-wicket. Mid-on has to go chasing back. Lewis Hill picks up around about 4 yards inside the ropes out there, and Hill takes 2. So a successful over for Will Davis. Picked up a wicket with his first ball, but also conceded 6 runs. 146 for 4 now, Yorkshire.
Lovely shot by George, actually, wasn't it? Just lent on it, really. Helped it on its way. So his timing looks pretty good to start with here. And we're going to see Scriven continuing. It looks as though that is the case at this pavilion end. James Wharton on strike then. And in comes Scriven under cloudy sky as that's dropped into the leg side by Wharton. There's no run. You wouldn't be surprised if we got a little shower around about now. It's pretty low, is that cloud, and leaden underneath. And you wouldn't be surprised if some floodlights go on fairly soon either. It's got pretty gloomy. And back to the Ben Mike thing, I would imagine, having been selected and then not been used, he's probably fuming, or was yesterday. There's Scriven to Wharton, that elbow up as he punches it back down the pitch to the bowler. No run. Chris Wright gives it a good polish on the shirt. It's all a bit weird, isn't it, that you can't put saliva on the ball, you know, anymore. Like it's just been the norm for donkey's years, and those who played during.
I always use sweat. I never ever use saliva. No, sweat for me.
Both,
always.
really. Whatever would get the ball to shine most on any given day. Scriven in, a lovely shot, James Wharton. He's got over the top of that and just lent on it. And nothing more than a push, and it's raced away through the covers for 4 runs. Harry Swindle's diving to his left, trying to reel it in, but couldn't. So, a bit of a ripple of applause for the 150 up for Yorkshire. That gives them a lead now of 72. Wharton on 10, Hill on 6, 72 for 4 effectively. And as we've both mentioned, weather-wise, there's nothing like the breeze that there has been, particularly on the first 2 days. It had dropped a bit yesterday, a fair bit yesterday, but it's bit of a flutter of the flag away to our left, but it does keep hanging limp as well. So that cloud. The cloud is not going to move. So listen very carefully. Our cities only once.
Do you have the lessons for the Minky?
Scriven bowling to James Wharton. Plays it back down the pitch.
For the what? The Minky.
It's almost like a BEM has gone off in the commentary box.
Sorry, folks.
Don't bowl.
It is almost the end of the season.
Well, we're both taking on the appearance of, what was it, Herbert Lom's character, the one who ended up squinting and blinking.
The inspector.
So, Scriven into Wharton, who pushes out to Swindles in the covers, and this time he fields, and there is no run. What's on the menu today?
Yes, I haven't seen it yet, so I shall, no doubt, receive a picture thereof. Eftsoons.
I think, in view of what we've just been saying, it should be cassoulet et blancmange. Scriven to Wharton again. It's full around about leg stump. There's a few hands on heads because they think that's out if he misses it, but he didn't. And it's a dot ball to complete that over. The first wicket fell after 15 minutes this morning. Only 6 runs have been added at that point. A further 11 in 17 minutes by the time the second wicket went down. And then bang on 30 minutes between Shan, Masood and Adam Lyth's dismissals, and only 10 added in that time. and a further 10 added in the last 10 minutes now since the most recent wicket. 1 over and 5 balls. 1 over and 5 balls in 10 minutes.
Davis over the wicket to George Hill. Bowls. Hill looks 2 on drive, doesn't quite time it, and it's a comfortable stop for Lewis Hill. Scott Curry starting to warm up, so we can assume Tom Scriven's 8 over spell has come to an end. Excellent spell it's been as well from the young all-rounder. Can Curry bowl rather better than he did yesterday when he had to be taken off after 3 overs, didn't he? He was very, very loose indeed. Davis is in, bowls to Hill on off stump. Hill is forward solidly, playing it out to Umar Amin at extra cover.
Here's possibly one of the stories of the day. The champion Surrey rolled for 185 by relegated Northamptonshire. 172 behind. Will the follow-on be enforced? Well, you would think so. Have a crack at the champs on the final day. A parting shot to Division 1.
Absolutely. Davis is in. Bowls. Forward goes Hill again. Settling into a better line and length now, Will Davis. It's the only way they win the game, isn't it, Northampton? Given it's the last day, they have to enforce, don't they, really?
Middlesex 131 for 3 in their second innings at Lords against Warwickshire, 63 behind. That may well still go Warwickshire's way, which would obviously put Kent in the driving seat as far as staying up's concerned. They're 49 for 4 though in their first innings against Somerset at Taunton. So could they be wrapped up twice in a day?
Davis bowls a little bit straighter that time, and Hill sort of walking forward into his push into the onside. Closes the back face, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Scriven fields, no run.
Old Trafford, Langs 252 for 7. That's the first innings of that match. I think that might be heading for a draw, Rich.
They can't do you can't do forfeits anymore, can you? There's some sort of change in the rules. Curry's being taken out of that 4th slip position to short mid-wicket. About 3 strips back as Davis is in. Bowls on off stump. Forward leans Hill. Good big stride. Angled bat. Runs the ball out towards Evans at backward point.
Essex 22 for 1 in their second innings against Hampshire, 135 in front. They might have a go at setting something up possibly as well. And Derby shall lead by 56. 156 for, I think it's 2. It's hard to say because it's behind an arrow on screen.
Davis bowls. Fuller driven, or attempted drive at least, from George Hill off the back foot, punching it out to right at mid-off, and then a bit cross with himself, Hill, because he did pick up right, didn't hit it quite as straight as he wanted to. End of the over, 150 for 4, the lead 72. One more before lunch. Leicestershire will be, what, maybe thinking 1 or 2, and they still have a decent chance. Still 79 overs left to be bowled today.
Get with the programme, Ray. They're not going to be thinking 1 or 2 gives a chance. They're going to be thinking bang,
4,
bang.
bang, bang. That's the word. Those are the words, aren't they? Bang, bang here, boys. And
get down with it, kids. Scott Curry, not Tom, nor John. He's going to be bowling here from the pavilion end after a lengthy morning stint of well over an hour by Tom Scriven. Here comes Curry, strays on leg stump immediately, and he's flicked away down towards long leg. And they get back for 2. Wharton onto 12. 152 for 4. Good diving stop down there. In the other match, of course, relevant in this division, Worcestershire 313 all out, Durham 70 for 1. Trailed by 243. So again, looks to be heading for a draw. Durham already confirmed champions of this division.
Menu's arrived.
Well, here's Curry. Will there be Curry on the menu? And James Wharton pushing forward. Angles that one down towards second slip. It bounced well short. previous one was more of a genuine edge. This time it was more of a played shot. By the way, the Blaze won yesterday, didn't they, by 8 wickets on the Duckworth-Lewis method against the South East Stars to progress to the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy final on Sunday at Northampton, so well done to them. Here comes Curry again. It's wide of off stump, and Wharton watches it go by and then plays an attacking cut shot.
Starter, pea and mint soup, melon prawn salad, or chicken liver parfait melon toast with apple compote. That's your starter choice of starters. It's left him speechless.
Curry, again. Wharton turns that to mid-wicket, there's no run.
Do you need that again?
Yeah, please.
Pea and mint soup, melon and prawn salad, or chicken liver parfait, melon toast, apple compote.
Probably got a bit of the melon and prawn salad.
Okay. And for your mains, cottage pie, tuna steak with pineapple salsa, or Mediterranean tart.
The first one, cottage pie. Oof, surely that's a wide. He's not given that, Neil Pratt. I think if he didn't pitch beyond the white lines, then it was very close to, and it veered further away. But he'd have been hard pressed to hit that as a batter.
I've got to go through the desserts with you as well.
No, you don't. I'll elbow those, thanks. In comes Curry. Ooh, now then, felt like he'd got a nick on that. He hasn't, because there is no appeal. James Wharton having a push at one. 152 for 4 at the end of the 40th.
Well, I'll tell you them anyway, because you know you just might be tempted. Eton mess, you see, is involved.
Is it?
Strawberries, and meringue, and creme brulee cheesecake. Oh, that's quite a nice combo, isn't it? Or a cheese slate.
Okay, we'll elbow the prawn and melon start, right, and we'll go with the Eton mess.
Right, you are. The healthy choice, then.
Well, we're all going the same way eventually.
we are.
Going a bit quicker than you.
Some of us are going to go in bigger boxes.
Cheeky son.
In goes Davis, and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Rishi Patel thought might just have flicked the bat, but it missed everything, but it didn't miss off stump by very much. Hill again, back in his crease, might have been thinking about getting forward to that one. He didn't, and that was not far away from dismissing him. That was close, goodness me, to everything. 152 for 4 as Davis turns. Chest on as he runs in and bowls. A little bit short of a length this time. Hill looking to get forward, has to wait for it. Floodlights, as you mentioned, are coming on now, just as the heavy dark cloud clears. But anyway, it's the ECB who foots the bill, so.
150 quid an hour at Durham, apparently, they were saying the other day.
Why, aye? 150 quid an hour?
In the women's game, when they went off for bad light, so well, there's no point in having them on now, and turn them off until they've got to go back on. 150 quid an hour. In
goes Davis, bowls, good delivery on off stump. Hill equal to it, leans forward, head right over the ball. Thick outside part of the bat, runs out towards the liberally mud spattered or green grass covered Sam Evans, who's been diving around both yesterday and this morning.
That's nearly, I mean, you could pay out of your earnings from the commentary on the Legends series. You could sort of, you know, do the right decent thing really and pay Leicester's lighting bill for next year.
Haven't heard anything about that. In goes Davis, and bowls clipped in the air just wide of the diving Curry at that short mid-wicket position. Hands on heads all round the ground. He was pushing across the line and it was in the air, probably 2 to 3 feet away from the reaching right hand of Scott Curry. He's a tall man, wasn't quite able to get down and get his hand underneath the ball, so Hill picks up a slightly fortuitous 1 there, moves on to 7, 153 for 4.
You press the button, says how could you forget Tony Curry, who was a star for Sheffield and Leeds, and he played for England. I haven't forgotten Tony Curry. not at all. He was at Scarborough the other week.
Was he?
Yeah, I've got him in my autograph book from the day that Elvis died, when I was getting a load of autographs at Elland Road as a nipper.
Davis is in, goes past the outside edge, an appeal for a catch behind. No, says everybody. Cox says, I heard a noise. Cox was sort of semi-celebrating, but Davis wasn't really sure. Patel, yeah, it was close, but, well, clearly umpire Bainton didn't hear or see anything happening. And Wharton survives, but it's been good from Davis.
Yeah, it's been significantly better than it was yesterday, apart from his first ball at George Hill, really, which was a nice gimme to get him going. Comes
in to finish his 7th over, bowls, that is a poor delivery outside off stump, and doesn't move too much. Hill, I beg your pardon, Wharton ignores it. End of the over, 153 for 4. Yeah,
not a lot of bounce there with that last delivery. Andy Walker says it's looking like a draw, but there's still quite a bit of something in the match. Am I just hoping for too much, JD? No, I don't think so, on it. I mean, for me, obviously, yeah, the draw is still possible, but in percentage terms, I'd still have a win. Well, a Leicestershire win would be higher on the agenda at the moment, you would think, than Yorkshire's. Can't see any odds on that. I don't know if anybody even trading any odds on it in that respect, but Leicestershire win, given the situation in the match right now, would probably be the greater possibility, but you certainly wouldn't rule out a Yorkshire one either. Curry wide of off stump, and he certainly put Leicestershire's chances of winning higher if George Hill keeps playing shots like that, because he's reached across and had a bit of a swish at that one.
Bright sunshine now as the floodlights take full effect.
Yeah. But yeah, I think probably Leicestershire shading it in win relative terms, but I think Yorkshire next best, and then the draw probably third, really. As Curry strays wide of off stump, that's a better shot by George Hill. He shapes on his replay of it as if he was going to punch it through square on the offside, and maybe having dealt with it, that's where he would have preferred to put it, but it wasn't a chance. He opened the face and ran it wide of the cordon and has picked up 4 through third man. So yeah, better than the ball before, but maybe the ball before didn't bounce on him as much either, and that's starting to come into play, I think, now, Rich. So if Yorkshire do get 150 plus,
yeah, might be interesting.
There's still the chance that they could bowl Leicestershire out, really. They'll have to bowl better than they did in the first innings for
well,
for the last wicket, certainly, yeah. But for the most part they bowled pretty well. That was a dot ball pushed into the offside by George Hill, and obviously he was a talisman in that first innings himself. George with 4 for, probably, you would imagine, was trying to get the ball back out of Jordan Thompson's hand from that Bennett end for the last few overs that Jordan bowled to try and wrap up the innings. And in comes Curry, ball that bounces and tails away. Ben Cox with a good diving stop, no run, but in the context of the whole match, I know we didn't see any play on day 2 and only, well, fewer than half the overs on day 1 as well. But that mad hour yesterday, when Yorkshire looked like they were, at least there was going to be a roundabout parity on the scoreboard, and then Leicestershire would have to bat last, so they might have been slightly ahead of the game. They ended up obviously coming out on the wrong end of that for a mad hour of bowling. George Hill flicks this one into the leg side and wide of Lewis Hill, so gets through for 1. He's on to 12, same score as James Wharton, 158 for 4. So
80 the lead.
Yeah. Curry coming in again, and that's dropped into the offside by James Wharton, and there's no run, so 158 for 4 at the end of the 42nd. That means 20 overs precisely have been bowled in the first hour and 24 minutes of this final day. 96, of course, to be bowled, so 76 still remain. A lot of cricket still to be played. Draw-wise, well, really only, I suppose, if Yorkshire do bat for quite a long time, Leicestershire are giving chase but just can't get there, that's really the sort of only draw scenario, isn't it?
Yep, it's the only one I can see really in those terms. If, as I say, Leicestershire will have a dart at pretty much everything until if they get to be if they're 6 down. Well, exactly that. Yeah.
I mean, and given the fact that they got 93 for the last wicket, then they can kind of go with some confidence all the way down the order and say, well, let's just keep going at it.
So 2 sort of catching mid-wickets in now as Davis comes in to Hill, who does get an edge, goes down fine, and it is 4. So Cox diving to his left, wasn't far from getting his left glove to that. Davis still has his hands on his head. Hill did try to work it away through the leg side, got an inside edge, and well, it would have been a strangle, but I haven't seen one of those for some little time actually. Caught down the leg side. Cox couldn't get there. Hill on to 16 off just 21 deliveries. Davis is in again, outside off stump. He's going to pick up 4 more there as well as he leans forward, guides it. Maybe a bit outside edgy, but essentially guides it down through around about 4th slip, along the ground all the way, and there is no third man. Rishi Patel at first slip kicks it in the air in frustration, but consecutive boundaries to George Hill. 20 off 22 now, 166 for 4.
And typical of what the bowlers in this match largely been like in terms of inconsistencies. He's traded slightly down the leg side, got clipped away for a 4 through fine leg, then 2 wide of off stump, and George, as you say, just guided it nicely wide of the cordon, really.
Davis bowls outside off stump, driven, could be a 3rd consecutive for Hill. I think it is going to go there. Umar's putting in the chase, he gives it up. 3 4s in a row for George Hill. It was a full wide half volley, and a tall right-hander leant out and stroked it away. Didn't put his full weight into it, didn't have to. Got full middle of the bat on it, timed it nicely. He moves on to 24 off just 23, and game changing, as you say, with he bowled such a good over last time out, but inconsistency from Will Davis, and he's going the distance in this over.
Yeah, just a half volley really, wasn't it?
It was. Runs through the shadow of the floodlights, comes in and bowls. Better delivery, line and length on off stump, but a bit too late after, well, I suppose the first one is a little bit unlucky. Down the leg side, Cox might have got his hand to it, but the other 2, 170 for 4, then the lead is now 92.
George is timing it pretty well, as he has done the last couple of weeks. He's really started to look like George again. He'll not want the season to end, really, the way things are going.
Davis is in, bowls to him, better delivery on off stump, slightly squared up as he walks into the defensive push. Thick outside edge as it rolls out into the offside. Amin, the fielder.
Yorkshire lad, good morning to you, good afternoon to you as it is now. Get in, he says, my bags have just arrived 6 days after getting back from Vancouver. They went to Los Angeles and Edinburgh. I flew into Heathrow. Yorkshire to win by 16 runs. Coad 5 foot and Tats to get 6 catches from the chairman of the Tattersall fan club.
In goes Davis, bowls on off stump. So finished the over well, Davis, as forward goes Hill and blocks it out into the offside. The first 3 balls, expensive. 8 overs, 1 for 40 for Will Davis. Now, obviously he's not going to be taken off just because of 1 ordinary over, but not that many options, Lewis Hill, in terms of bowling. He obviously won't want to go back to Wright or Scriven, probably before lunch, which is now just 29 minutes away. Umar Amin bowls a little bit of seam up and has picked up a wicket for Leicestershire already. He's an option, but it's a sort of bit of a last resort.
Curry bowling here to Wharton, who punches with good timing out to Swindles at point, but there's no run. Dean Southall in Doncaster. The road, I hope we managed to get a decent lead, he says. I've listened with interest. Some of the stats read out. I've got the day off today, so I can listen to the full day, weather willing. Come on, Yorkshire. Thanks, Dean. It's bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com or at Jonathan Doidge or at FoxesCrick2023 on X if you want to get in touch. As Curry strays again, leg stump this time, flicked away effortlessly by James Wharton. That's really good timing and brings him 4 through straight mid-wicket. 16 now to James, 174 for the loss of 4 wickets. And these are important innings really from James Wharton's point of view. He's come in and got his maiden half century in first class cricket this year. Hasn't had a ton. Curry bowling to him here, and he's driving at that one. He's got a thickish outside edge this time. Yep, he's replayed the shot through extra cover, and that was an edgy sort of stroke, but he went at it quite hard, and with one man taken out of the slip cordon and brought across to short straight mid-wicket, pretty much where he'd flicked the ball before that went for 4. He's kind of got away with that one, and it raced away for 4 through third man. But again, what you'd have to say bowling wise is he's gone too straight and full the ball before Scott Curry, and then he's gone too wide. It's kind of overcompensating. We've seen quite a lot of this from the change bowlers, in particular from Leicestershire in this match. That's drifted down the leg side. Well taken by Ben Cox, not only Leicestershire of course. A few of Yorkshire's bowlers went for some, didn't they, in that 93-run partnership in particular to finish Leicestershire's first innings. Consistency, I'm sure bowling coaches and stand-in head coaches and captains will want to see more consistency from those with ball in hand. Wharton on 20, waits, and Curry goes wide of off stump and shorter this time, and James Wharton chooses to leave.
Last 5 overs, 28 runs, no wickets.
So while there was that wicket with Will Davies's first delivery that got rid of Adam Lyth, it was kind of as I was hinting at, or has been as I was hinting at, wasn't it, since then, that the tempo may change just because they can't deliver consistent lines and lengths. And there you go, a half volley outside off stump. James Wharton has got his hands through it to the chase down, but not able to reel that in. So 4 more to Wharton. Takes his score to 24. He'll be feeling a bit better about life because it has been hard work for James out there. 182 for 4 off 44. 26 minutes to go before the lunch break. And as I say, it's important for James this because there are other names lurking. I just read a few out earlier on. The likes of Will Luxton and Yash Vegadia. You know, who've had decent seasons in the 2s. So he'll want something to finish the season with, just to say to the coaches, you know, keep me in this spot at the start of next year.
Curry, 3 overs, none for 19. 6 overs, none for 35 now. Davis continuing from the Bennett end, 4 overs, 1 for 19 in this spell. Comes in and bowls to Hill, drives in the air, out, and it could be gone. I think, did he get a hand on that? No, Davis is appealing. The middle stump at the non-striker's end is out of the ground. It was smashed back by Hill. Davis is implying he got a hand to it or it brushed his fingers. No, it didn't, apparently. Or, if it did, Wharton was back in his ground, says umpire Bainton. Exciting moment of cricket there. Thumped back towards Davis, stuck out his right hand, went on to the stumps, but say Wharton back in his ground. Davis is in, bowls. That comes back a little bit towards Hill, who is back defending the delivery out into the offside. Rolls out to Tom Scriven at mid-off. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's interim head coach and permanent bowling coach, he's been out for a while watching the bowlers. He's at long on at the moment, just in front of the, at the moment, empty hospitality marquee. Davis That angled run is in. Bowls down the leg side. Flick of the pad, I suspect, from Hill. Cox gets his left gauntlet. No, it's just buys. I thought it flicked the pad, but no, says umpire Benton. Didn't get anything on it, so it jagged rather down the leg side. Cox got a good left hand to it, but it still trickled a yard or two behind him. Patel clears up and Yorkshire take the bye. 183 for 4, both Hill and Wharton now on 24. The partnership is 43, looking a little bit more comfortable than it was when they came together. Davis in bright sunshine, turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Wharton. Rather dies into the gloves of Cox behind the stumps. Davis turns. Runs down the slope, bowls. Wharton has to get back into his ground there as he walks down the wicket, plays it firmly as far as Curry at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Curry picks up and hurls the ball at the stumps. Wharton actually didn't have to hurry too much to get back in his ground, and the throw from Curry missed anyway. Chris Wright appears below us, so he's been off the field temporarily, suggesting that Callum Parkinson might be on the field somewhere. I'm looking around to see if I can see that familiar figure. I can't at the moment. In goes Davis, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Wharton's back bat. It wasn't that why, it was Salt Buttinger who was out there. That's why I couldn't pick out Callum. Buttinger comes jogging off. Exchange a sort of fist punch. I'm not sure the fist pump, is that the right word, with Wright. As Wright comes back on, so he might have to have a couple of overs before lunch, because, well, Hill is going to continue with Curry. He has been, as I say, a little bit inconsistent and expensive. 3 overs for 19, which is pretty much what he bowled yesterday. 3 overs for 16 or 17, I think he bowled yesterday. Goes in and bowls outside off stump. A leave from George Hill. Lifts the bat over the line of the ball. Lifts it kind of behind him. Lets it go through to Cox behind the stumps. Hill comes across and gives Scott Curry an encouraging slap on the back.
Back, I've just heard you downstairs on the TV.
Are we on telly?
Ah, lad. Oh, good delivery by Curry, which George Hill drives at.
Best when he's bowled, isn't it?
Missed there.
Best when he's bowled,
yep.
Probably. Scott Curry, just nice length and a little bit of drift away from the slightly airy drive. Do you want to pick up the over?
Yeah, I thought I just did.
Oh, sorry.
I heard what he was saying.
Well, you went, ooh.
I heard what he was saying about me in my absence down there. Curry in, and top of the bounce, George drops it into the offside. He said, what did he say? The commentary box atmosphere has lightened up somewhat since Doidge just nipped off to the facilities. I'm only kidding.
I would have believed you if you'd insisted. I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago, but it does sound a bit unlikely. Better over this so far from Scott Curry. Can he maintain it?
Here he is again, wide of off stump, and George shouldering arms at it. 24 apiece, these two. George has probably, well, no, definitely looked the more fluent of the pair. 24 off 33 for him. James Wharton's faced 45. He has the graft a bit harder, but he's had a few that he could get his hands through in more recent times, plus that edge. Scott Curry's most recent over. Nice straight drive here from George Hill to an over pitch delivery. Lewis Hill round to field. They get one. But an invaluable 44-run partnership. However, they've got them. Bit of graft, some lovely stroke play, some ordinary bowling at times as well, and a bit of good luck. That's cricket, I think. One to come in the over. None for 36 for Scott Curry. Last ball of his 7th, this one, and it draws an outside edgy sort of push from James Wharton. It's along the deck to backward point, and he'll get one and retain the strike. Moving on to 25. 185 for 4, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 37 for Scott Curry. So the lead is 107.
Yep. Rather more comfortable than 62 for, as it was when Adam Lyth was dismissed leg before wicket by Will Davis. 107. So what will they want? 230, 240. Take a while to get there. We've got almost a silly mid-on now. A short straight mid-on and a short mid-wicket as Davis is in to Wharton, who's advancing down the track, playing it firmly in defence to Scott Curry, who is at that short-ish mid-on. He's about 3/4 of the way down the pitch. Ben Cox is going to stand up to Wharton. He's going to stop him, or make him think twice at least, not necessarily stop him. It's up to him, of course, but make him think twice about advancing down the wicket to Will Davis. Gives his sun hat to Rishi Patel. Puts the helmet on. Stands up to the stumps. In goes Davis and bowls. Fuller. Half forward is Wharton, playing with an angled defensive bat out towards Sam Evans, a backward point. No run. Right hands rather than throws the ball to Will Davis, holding it in thumb and forefinger like a sort of prize specimen. Davis turns down the slope and bowls, comes back in, but nicely played off the back foot by Wharton, clipping it away through backward square out to the man on the backward square boundary, who is Harry Swindles, in front of the Geary bar. We gave Messrs Geary and Skelding a mention yesterday. Their 10th wicket record stand for Leicestershire against Yorkshire in 1927 on the Aylestone Road ground, beaten after 96 years. In goes Davis and bowls, drifting on towards middle and leg. Hill on the back foot just works it between the two shortish fielders, mid-wicket and mid-on, out towards Hill, who's at a wide conventional mid-on. Bright sunshine again. Strong sunshine. Floodlights stay on. You can switch them on and off here. I think they're sort of modern enough that they don't take much warming up, if you know what I mean, don't you? In goes Davis and bowls short of a length, played on the back foot in the air, bounces for 5-6 feet short perhaps of Sam Evans at backward point. Hill not quite in control of the bounce on that one, played it firmly, but you'd have liked to have seen that one go through. In fact, the lights are going off. There you go. Perfect timing.
Proper Yorkshire, that.
Well, they are a little bit superfluous when the sun is shining as brightly as it is. And of course, immediately the sun goes behind a passing cloud, but it is passing. Plenty of blue around. Still, as Davis goes in and bowls on off stump, Hill is studiously forward, playing it out to Umar Amin in the covers. End of the over. 186 for 4. 108 the lead. They would desperately want one more before the interval, I think, Leicestershire here. These two extending their partnership towards 50. 46 it is now.
Yeah, flags at half-mast as well here today.
The former CEO, I think, died a couple of days ago. I think they've been at half-mast, of the Leicestershire flag has, for much of the game.
Ah, yes. I think you're right, actually. I'd not really thought about it in that context before, but short ball here pulled by James Wharton and cleaned up on the boundary edge by Sam Evans after a lengthy run. He's still getting those steps in. And they get back for 2. Wharton on to 28, 188 for 4. Stewart studiously on his chair, just taking some water on board away to our left near that Leicestershire flag, which is blowing out almost horizontal at the moment. There's a big slidey gate thing down there, and as I walked past this morning getting a few steps in myself, I said, I think you've got a customer outside. This Curry is in, and that's just aerial for a moment by James Hill, James Wharton, I should say, James Hill. That flick into the leg side. At Lewis Hill it was who was doing the fielding, hence my confusion. And he confidently said to me, "No, I think he's just pulling in. Not coming in gay. Can't come in here, can't park in here." I think he was right, actually. As I walked away, I looked back a couple of times, and yeah, there didn't seem to be anybody knocking on the gate. So Canal come in might. As Wharton pushes this one back down the pitch to Curry, and there is no run. There's a sort of little factory in there as away between the houses on the Million Road side of the ground. It looks like it says Richardson's, but the letter set looks like it's somebody who's done letter set, but it's gone a bit wonky now.
Yeah, there's some great little businesses in those. Yeah, pretty much. If there's anything you want, white goods wise.
Yeah, sweet as an out my stand, cash on the hip. And all that, as Curry is in, that's driven square by James Wharton. He'll pick up 1 to go to 29, 189 for 4.
Any shop called Just Easy Bargains.
Yeah,
you know what to expect, don't you?
I've got just a thing for you, Richard, my son, just a thing for you. You look like the sort of guy. Deacon Appliance, they're all in there. Well, I always wonder why the factory roofs, why are they that?
Good question.
Why are they pointy? Is it just to let in
light
or
they're
something
sort of
like
furrowed,
that?
aren't they?
Yeah,
often?
yeah. Pointy furrows. In comes Curry again, and James. I've done it now, and I've said James Hill. The previous one I've got George Hill pushing back to him, no run. But that's a sort of generally accepted factory roof, isn't it?
There's some out the back as well.
Yeah. I wonder why that they were
if you
created
know,
thus.
Do
you know,
tell us. Let us know.
But you sort of get glass on one part of it sometimes, and I always wondered if it's just letting the light in, or was it a cheap way of roofing places back in the day, or something like that? Not sure. In comes Curry. Ooh, wide of off stump. Dies on George Hill, who is pushing at this one. And it eventually no harm done. It's a dot. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 40 for Scott Curry, which my math suggests is going at 5 and over. 48 overs now complete in this Yorkshire second innings, and at 189 for 4, they lead by 111. Partnership now worth 49, so it's been a good one for Yorkshire.
Yeah, been an important one, hasn't it, as well, really? A couple more wickets at that stage. Leicestershire could have been looking at sort of chasing 140, 150, something like that, but not now. In goes Davis and bowls. James Wharton is forward on off stump. Cox still standing up behind the stumps. Patel and Kimber in deep discussion at first and second slip, both with hands plunged deep in pockets, trying to keep them warm. One good catch by Louis Kimber this morning. Curry is at that short, straight mid-on. Is also a shortish mid-wicket as Davis is in, bowls full, driven off the off stump by James Wharton, out to the extra cover boundary for 4 right. His chase was as much about keeping himself warm as anything, I suspect. It just was over pitched, and Wharton, who's been patient in recent overs, got his foot out to the pitch of the ball and stroked it away, and brings up the 50 partnership for Yorkshire's 5th wicket. 53 it's now worth. Hill 25, Wharton 33. Davis is in and bowls again. It comes back in. Nicely played though by Wharton. turning the back face on it, playing firmly out towards Hill, who's, as I say, between those two close fielders on the on side. At a wide-ish mid-on, and there's no run. Halfway through his 11th over of the inning, of his bowling in the innings is Davis. 1 for 45 comes in and bowls. Again it comes back in, flicks the pad, is trickling out towards long leg. He wants a second, Wharton, but Hill says no chance. Probably was, I suspect. Might have been a close one. Wharton would have been running to the danger end as Harry Swindles came running in from a deep backward square position. Settled for one. Wharton gives Hill something of an old-fashioned look as the two converse at distance. 194 for 4. 8 minutes until lunch. Davis is in to Hill, again comes back in, but Hill on the back foot, equal to it, defends it out to Curry. Short straight mid-on.
Oh, the gate was open for a minute there, you know.
One of the Milligan Road gates, do you mean?
Yeah,
or?
with the big slidey one there, with the big banner on it saying the ultimate test. It's got a picture of Ben Folkes on it. Is it Lauren Bell?
I think it is,
the right-hand side of it. We are the ultimate test.
Johnny Bairstow features in a few of them, doesn't he, around the ground? ECB England posters sort of thing. It's full by Davis, looking for the Yorker. Oh, and now then, he's going to have to hurry a little bit here, but that was clever work by George Hill, because Will Davis flicked the ball without looking at the stumps. He missed them at the non-strikers, and it went a few feet behind them. And, well, Wharton called Hill through for the single. Hill, who'd gone back into his ground to make sure he didn't, Wharton had gone back into his ground to make sure he didn't get run out, had to scamper down to the other end. Hill threw the ball at the stumps, missed them, and Wharton had probably made his ground anyway, but a little bit risky, I guess, on the part of the batters, but they do pick up the single. 55 the partnership is worth now. Hill keeps the strike, moves on to 26. 195 for 4. Lead 162 and 55.
17. As Coad.
Code?
You've thrown me out completely with all the calculations.
You were so cocky about getting your maths right, weren't you? You were so pleased with yourself.
He's in a Hill turns that one into. Dear me. Yeah, it's time to finish this season. I'm also keeping my eye on the steward. He's taking his duties very seriously over there, which is good to see. He just had a momentary slight snooze on his chair, but he's back up as Curry is in. It's down the leg side, and Hill flicks at it and misses. Well, I'm just working on the principle of 78 to 95 is 17, isn't it? 78.
Yep, that's undeniable. I cannot deny it.
Knock off 78 from 95 at 17 and forget the 100.
You speak the truth.
Curry in, short ball, and it's timed nicely by George Hill. He's not going to get 4 runs for him, no. He's only going to get the 1, in fact. He timed it so well. Swindles wasn't a million miles away from it at deep backward point, so didn't have too far to go around the boundary to do a slidey stop. George on to 27 now. He had at one point moved ahead of James Wharton, who's now gone back in front, as it were, on 34. Partnership now worth 56. Curry, he's braving it in his short sleeve shirt. Lovely shot. That's a lovely shot by James Wharton. And in between the odd sketchy one, he has played some quality shots today, and he can clearly play nicely off his legs, because that's twice Curry's strayed full and on leg stump, and he's just dismissed them both. 4 more, 200 up for Yorkshire for the first time in this match. 60 partnership now, and Wharton on to 38, so 122 the lead, which makes the game, I think, just a bit more interesting. Leicestershire supporters would clearly disagree with that because they'd want to see Yorkshire wrapped up by now and an easy chase. Curry again straying wide of leg stunt really, and James Wharton has a job on trying to actually get bat on ball here, but does so. Picks up one, down to Sam Evans at long leg. He's on to 39, so he's putting some runs on the board here, but as I said earlier, 50, something like that, would certainly not harm his cause when plans are being put in place. 2024, there's an appeal for LBW here to a ball that once again looks like it's going down leg. 3 in a row from Scott Curry, and yeah,
I think he got bat on that as well.
Neil Pratt agreed either way. So 201 for 4, 50 overs now complete. So 28 bowled this morning in an hour and 57 minutes, which means we'll just have the one more, I think, before the lunch break.
Yeah, Ben Cox was convinced, leaping up and down into the air there. And I think it sounded a little bit batty. So Umar is going to have an over before lunch. Little seamers for the former Pakistan from the former Pakistan international. Did pick up a wicket in his first bowling for Leicestershire. 200 up for Yorkshire. 201 to be precise. 39 will be on strike. He's got a short cover, Umar, as he trots in and bowls to James Wharton, and who plays him perfectly solidly, albeit slightly across the line out towards mid-on, and there's a chorus from the Leicestershire fielders. I think sort of kind of encouragement for Umar. I mean, it was straight. Trots in and bowls short, and that is going to be pulled for 4. Now, if you drop short at well, probably not much more than 70 mph, or maybe even a little bit less, then the odds are a good batsman who's in, like James Wharton, is going to smack it to the boundary, and that is exactly what he did. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester, suggesting it's almost 12:30, and indeed it is 12:29. What's the lead now? 205, so 127 now. So it's been a good second hour. It was if the first hour of the day belonged to Leicestershire, the second hour has belonged to Yorkshire, particularly to George Hill and James Wharton. 65 their partnership is worth. Now here comes the update. That we are almost at lunch, and Yorkshire have recovered somewhat. They did lose 3 wickets in the first hour of play, and when Adam Lyth was dismissed leg before wicket by Will Davis for 60, they were 140 for 4, leading by just 62 runs. Since then, however, James Wharton and George Hill have put together a partnership that is now worth 69, in fact, for the 5th wicket. They've taken the score onto 209 for 4, which means Yorkshire's lead is now 131. The Foxes would have loved another wicket before lunch. That would have given them real hope, but at the moment they're struggling a little bit, and the odds are that it is going to have to be a declaration from Yorkshire to sort of set up the game if the Foxes are going to have a chance of enforcing victory. Lunch approaching, Yorkshire in their second innings, 209 for 4. You missed just one delivery if you're not actually watching on the stream. That was again too short from Umar Amin, and was again dispatched to the leg side boundary by James Wharton, who might get his 50 before lunch actually. Certainly will if Umar bowls another long hop like the last 2. In he goes and bowls. It is short, it's pulled, ooh, in the air. Didn't get it all, but it isn't quite as short as he thought it was going to be, James Wharton there, and it probably only bounced about 4 feet short of Lewis Hill at wide mid-on. He could easily have clothed that. Well, he did cloth it, and it could easily have gone into the hands of Hill. Got away with it.
Yeah, just a bit further up the pitch this time, wasn't it? So he's got it higher on the bat.
Umar is in. Bowls! Oh, that one comes back in off the seam. You could see it. Cutter, the little cutter, and it swung a bit in as well. And Wharton hit on the pad and inside edge and pad, and it trickles out towards mid-wicket.
Last ball of the session.
You got that to move quite nicely. Umar, I mean, tough to come on and get it right. All 6 balls straight away. Bowls to Wharton, slightly short on off stump. Wharton on the back foot plays it out into the offside, and that is lunch. A balanced morning in the end. As I say, the first hour to Leicestershire, the second very much to Yorkshire. George Hill leaves the pitch on 27 not out of 45 balls. James Wharton leaves on 47 off 65. The partnership for the 5th wicket is 69. 209 for 4 at lunch. The lead is 131. And we will be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We'll go and have our, what did you order, cottage pie and Eton mess, or in my case tuna. And hope you enjoy your lunch, and Jonathan and I will be back with you in around about 35 minutes time. Good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on the final day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire about to resume their second innings on 209 for 4. They lead the Foxes by 131, thanks in no small part to a fine partnership, an unbroken partnership of 69 so far for the fifth wicket between George Hill, who resumes on 27 not out, and James Wharton, who is 47 not out. When Adam Lyth was dismissed by Will Davis for 60 this morning, Yorkshire were 140 for 4, leading by just 62 at that stage, and it looked as though Leicestershire had a reasonable chance of bowling them out and chasing down a target of maybe 180, 200, something like that. But it looks now likely as though it might be more dependent on Yorkshire declaring than on Leicestershire bowling them out. You never know though. And Leicestershire going back to their two opening bowlers and their two most penetrative bowlers, Tom Scriven, who is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end, goes in and bowls to Hill, who clips him out. The full delivery as it swings in out towards wide mid-on. Hill runs to his right to field and one is taken. Jonathan Deutsch from BBC Radio Leeds and myself, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game. Got a few tweets, JD, and questions and messages saying any chance of a game being set up? May yet be, but not yet. It may happen, but I think general consensus confirmed by those we've spoken to as Scriven goes in and bowls. A late leave by Wharton is that Yorkshire will just bat on for an hour or so, see where they're at, and then consider the situation.
Yeah, I think that's the gist of it. I think in that respect, the home side have kind of not done themselves any favours by some of their amazing efforts at chases already this season, not least last week. So there's obviously been a little bit of fear and trepidation in setting them something that looked too low, or that ended up being an easy chase.
Scriven bowls and thick outside edge there that saved Wharton from a loud leg before appeal. At least he squirts it away down to third man. There is a third man now. I think it's Scott Curry down there, hands plunged in pockets. Looks a slightly gloomy character, Scott Curry. I'd really had a chance to have a chat to him since he came to Leicestershire on loan until the end of the season. I think it's fair to say hasn't set the world on fire since he arrived. In goes Scriven and bowls very straight and meets a straight bat from George Hill as he goes forward and off stump.
So Derbyshire have declared against Sussex at Derby and just moved the game on. Trying to run through him again for something like 100. It'll be a Derbyshire win.
So they've declared, what, 150 ahead, something like that?
129 ahead.
129. But we're only sort of there at the halfway stage, aren't they, essentially? In goes Scriven and bowls. Driven. Oh! Good work by George Hill, because Scriven did deflect the ball into the stumps. And you could see Hill's bat was just on the line, just behind the line as he leant back there. And bounced off the stumps, and as a consequence one is taken. Hill calls Wharton through for the single.
Middlesex not out of the woods, are they yet? They're 12 behind, 3 down in the second innings, but it looks like it's getting a bit easier, that pitch to play on.
Scriven is in outside off stump, driven for 4, pleasantly so by Wharton, and that is his 50. What a nice way to go to it as well. Wasn't quite a half volley, but he was well on top of the bounce. Hit it fairly square, but in front of point, out to the boundary, in front of the manual scoreboard, and his 50 has come off 68 deliveries.
Yep, and he's for the most part played largely very well. He had to graft away in the early stages. Just asked Adam Lyth about his own knock today as well, and he just said, I said he had to graft early on. He said, yeah, they bowled well. That was the gist of it. Pitch has not really changed across the 4 days. Might have got slightly easier, but not a lot in it in that respect by the sound of things. James Wharton's third 50 of the season. His next target really is to get another 7 runs, and that would be his highest first-class score. So it is Chris Wright, right arm over, bowling here to George Hill to start the afternoon session from the Bennett end. That's dropped into the offside by George. No run. George on 29. He set off very nicely. Probably faced fewer deliveries in the closing, maybe 15-20 minutes of that morning session than James Wharton did. Just a bit of bat twiddling as he waits for the next delivery. 29 of 49 he was. In the 20s, ahead of James on the scoreboard at one stage. In comes Wright once again. It's dropped into the offside this time by George Hill. Sam Evans in from point to do the fielding. Nice and sunny at this moment in time, but there's a bit of grey and gloom overhead and away to the left hand side as we look at the field, and also to the right. But in between we've got some brightness. It's certainly okay in terms of the light at this moment in time. The floodlights are not on. It did get pretty gloomy for a spell in the morning session. Right to Hill, who's playing maybe, yeah, just gets under that a little bit. Up to Scriven at mid-off, almost scooping it to him really. Just as a word. A pair of them last in for lunch, as you'd expect, because everybody else had disappeared off. Bat inside, easy in it. Lunch gets called and you can go straight in, except for the pair of you who are out there in the middle. Here comes Wright again, and nicely punched by George Hill to the onside of straight, and we'll get him a single. Otis Gibson had a word with him. It was Otis who said, yeah, well, if we're good enough to bat for an hour, we'll bat for an hour. We'll see where we're at then. It's probably up to Leicestershire, I think, then to start to initiate a move towards a chase.
I.e. toss a few up.
Yeah, he was also pointing out several 5-fers and 6-fers on the board with his name against him in his time playing here, as well as a couple of 10-wicket matches he was proud of. Here is Wright. Ooh, Wharton just had a little fish and then pulls the bat back a little bit too late for his own comfort, but he's got away with it. I did call him back and say, well, in that case, next time the lads have got the opposition 9 down, can you just give him a bit of direction on how to deal with that last wicket?
Did he smile? But not with his eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Well, what can you say, really? There's not a lot you could say to that. Here comes. Oh, right now then. Good job for James Wharton that was not straight, because that has absolutely shot virtually along the deck through to Ben Cox. But it was about 4th stump, maybe 5th, and Wharton survives on 52 to 17 for 4 at the end of the 53rd over.
Sort of delivery that just might encourage Yorkshire to think in terms of a declaration. The bounce is becoming a little more uneven. Yes, I imagine that elicited a thin smile from Mr. Gibson. What did Wodehouse say? Sort of smile Napoleon might have given if on his return to Paris somebody said to him, "I'll see you back from Moscow then."
No, he took it well.
Curry in from 3rd man now to Gully. Hill on strikers. Scriven is in, bowls to him, full. Swinging in a bit, clipped out into the onside. Will Davis lets it bounce through his hands at mid-wicket, fortunately. The skipper is covering behind him. Lewis Hill at mid-on.
My eldest, James, has messaged me to say that Josh Inglis has done well, got 45 off 45 against India. One of his former teammates, and of course Jordan Thompson. Remember the catch at yeah, of course. Well, remember the catch at Headingley when Josh was caught by Jordan on the boundary edge in front of the Western Terrace. Absolute worldie in a T20 game a couple of seasons back.
Scriven is in on off stump. Hill is forward, just pushing it into the gap between point and extra cover, and taking one.
Well, we are pretty similar, aren't we, in that we've got to the stage where we can't remember breakfast, and not a lot else in recent years, but there are just odd things that you can pick out they've got to be fairly significant moments these days for you to actually retain the info. So somebody can say to me, so-and-so bowled well yesterday, and I'll look at the figures and go, oh yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, I remember now. But I can't remember that catch that Tomo took on the boundary edge to get rid of Josh Inglis that night.
Scriven bustles in, bowls slightly short, so pulled, and pulled successfully by James Wharton down to the just slightly backward of square boundary for 4. Hasn't bowled many ordinary deliveries, Tom Scriven. That was, I'm afraid, in that category.
Yep, James Wharton. 2 shy of a personal, well, 3 shy of a personal best, 2 shy of equaling his personal best.
2-2-2 for 4.
Come on, he can do better than that.
No, it's become a cliche, isn't it?
2-2-2.
Scriven is in. Still a little bit short. Wharton is on the back foot, straighter, but isn't quite as short. So he defends it out towards mid-wicket. Davis fields, throws it straight to right at mid-off to do the polishing.
17.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 66.
What if Wright will be the polisher designate when he gets down to Hove?
He's not entertaining me, folks, at all. He's completely ignoring that.
Scriven is in, bowls again straight, but again slightly short of a good length, and Wharton on the back foot defends it again, this time as far out as mid-on, where Hill is the fielder. Messages from the BBC Radio Leicester, probably to do with updates. Scriven, bright sunshine now at Grace Road. Bowls again straight, again just a bit short of a length. Again Wharton on the back foot, working it this time, but only as far as Davis at mid-wicket. End of the over. That was a slightly unscriven-like over, just didn't quite find his right lines and lengths. 18 overs, 2 for 66 for Scriven. And Doige's 2-2-2 remains on the board. Oh, did he say the Friends of Grace Road was actually open? It isn't usually open on the final day of a championship game, which suggests that there is some cake to get rid of. I'm sure it's wonderful. It always is.
Can we help?
Yes, indeed.
Here's Chris Wright bowling to George Hill, who turns that into the leg side for a single.
I didn't see your eating mess. Did it arrive? How was it?
It was good because
it
wasn't massive.
Right.
Yeah. So
wasn't
that
like
was good. It
wasn't like you crumbled the other day.
No, it was just a nice normal sized portion.
That
which
crumble
was
would have
tasty.
fed the 5,000, wouldn't it? You wouldn't have needed 5 loaves and 2 fishes or whatever it was. Just bring out the apple and blackberry crumble from Grace Road.
Here's Wright bowling to Wharton, wide of off stump, and he leaves it. Good morning, Jonathan, says Andy Mawson, chairman of the Northern Cricket Society. You may remember me from the Jason Gillespie evening. Yeah, I had a Jason Gillespie evening at my cricket club back in June. Andy among the audience. And he said he's chairman of the Northern Cricket Society, and he's hoping I'll be able to give them a mention during commentary during the Leicestershire and Worcestershire matches. Double bubble. He wants here.
What's value for money?
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? What money, sorry, was that? Here is Wright, and Wharton striding down the pitch this time, and played that nicely with a straight blade to get a single just to the onside of the stumps. He says the Northern Cricket Society has been around since 1948 and is still going strong, continuing to provide members with winter speaker evenings, winter luncheon and a spring luncheon, whilst also organising a team for the well-known annual Boxing Day match at North Leeds CC. Up there in round 8.
The well-known annual boxing match.
Boxing Day match.
Oh, okay. Boxing Day match, right.
Producing an annual booklet. Here's Hill on strike facing right. It's down the leg side though, and he misses out. Membership £20 per annum can be obtained by contacting the Northern Cricket Society at yahoo.co.uk or using the details in the link above. I mean, there's plenty of cricket societies around, and this is another good one. And I think that what they provide, Rich, is just a bit of contact with fellow cricket fans during the winter,
absolutely.
some interesting content from the speakers, and just gets people together to talk about and think about cricket during that 6-month break, as there is a bit of precipitation and George Hill drops one down into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, there's sunshine and light rain out there at the moment. It is fairly light. Umpires are sort of looking back towards the shower clouds. Again, could do without losing
Yeah, it
overs,
could,
probably.
couldn't it? Yeah. Make it trickier. But not impossible to contrive a finish, but definitely trickier. Right turns. And then he comes to bowl to George Hill again here. One above stump. George leaves 224 for 4 at the end of the over, so just to repeat, if you're reaching for a pen and you want to join the Northern Cricket Society, very worthy organisation, £20 a year. Northern Cricket Society at yahoo.co.uk. Andy Mawson is your man. And the speaker programme for 2023-24, which might entice you to part with your 20 quid. October the 3rd, the AGM at 7:15, followed by Stephen Vaughan, the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Chief Executive. November the 7th, Mark Peel, author of a recent book about Ray Illingworth. January the 2nd, Calvin Hope, Vice President of the Barbados Cricket Association. Will be a Zoom meeting, as will Darryl Mitchell, former Worcester and PCA chairman, on February the 6th. Andrew Bradstock, April the 2nd, cricket author, recently published a book on the Reverend David Shepherd. Other events to tell you about in a mo after this delivery.
From Tom Scriven to James Wharton. Again, a bit short, and on the back foot he can work it comfortably. Wharton out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who swindles, takes one.
Other events, Tuesday the 12th of December, the winter luncheon at Sandmoor Golf Club, which is a lovely spot. I was at dinner there last year. Speaker Phil Neal, former Worcestershire CC and recent England cricket ops manager. Boxing Day cricket match at North Leeds CC, a 10:30 start. And Thursday the 28th of March, a spring luncheon at Sandmoor Golf Club. Speaker Mark Ramprakash, former Middlesex, Surrey and England batsman.
Scriven turns, runs in and bowls. Slower delivery and waiting for it. Hill on the back foot just dabs it down to one or two oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. But it seemed safe enough to me. Played it straight down into the ground. I think there's some overlap there with some of the speakers at the Leicestershire Cricket Society. Yeah, Darryl Mitchell is the first speaker at the... he's probably doing the rounds of the counties, presumably. I don't think he's got a book out or anything, I'm not sure. Darryl Mitchell. 5th of October anyway, Leicestershire Cricket Society, who meet here at Grace Road. In goes Scriven, and he's gone through Hill, and well, whether that was a chance for Cox. Cox didn't take it cleanly, and whether it was an edge, not quite sure, but there was a certain... It was an odd sort of appeal. It's still spitting with light rain.
You won't do the round of the speaker lunch, as we said yesterday, because you're away, aren't you, during the winter?
I am.
I've done quite a few in the last 5 years. I think I did the Northern probably at the end of my first season, 2019.
What subject do you choose to address them? In goes Scriven and bowls. Forward goes Hill in defence, and there's no run.
It depends what the crack is at the time, and often I'll just get asked to speak about Yorkshire's season and give my opinions on those sort of things, and then take questions from the floor.
It's raining quite hard now.
Yeah. And it looks as though they're coming off.
We're off. It looks like. Oh, are we? Yes, we are. So 225 for 4. The lead is 147. There are 62.2 overs at the moment remaining. They will start to be reduced fairly quickly, I would think. It is light rain, but it is pretty noticeable. Where are the covers? They're a little bit... here comes the tractor. And they put the accelerator down. Good. So it is, as I say, raining reasonably hard at the moment. So 225 for 4, lead 147. We will start to lose overs. I don't think there'll be too many. It might be a relatively short time, but by the time they get their covers on, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually stopped. Although, that said, looking over the trees, might be around for a few minutes. And we'll come back as soon as we have some definite news for you, or of course, when play restarts.